Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Creator Team Career with Cadillac here on the PC. Tonight we start the triple header that will end our Season 6, end our series on this save file as we head to Monaco. Hello, how are you doing? So, we are on the cusp of ending this series. Just a couple of races left now. We have tonight Monaco, tomorrow we have Bahrain, and on Friday our season finale at Austin for the Circuit of the Americas. And we will be running a special livery for that circuit. I have already gone ahead and created that. I do need to do a uniform to go with it, but the livery itself is done. Might keep the livery of the uniform, I'm not sure. Might leave that as is. So just 3 rounds remaining. As you can see, Monaco is tonight's Grand Prix. We're going to have an overcast but dry Friday and Saturday, and then on Sunday we have got intermediate level rain, which will make Monaco very interesting indeed. We know that this is a difficult circuit to overtake at. We know that we don't have the ultimate pace that we did earlier in the season, and changeable conditions could make things very interesting indeed. Very curious as to whether that water level is going to stay relatively consistent throughout the Grand Prix or whether it's going to fluctuate quite dramatically. We could maybe see that rain briefly pushing into full wet territory, although probably not. We could well see that rain disappear for a bit and come back. We might not even get that much rain. We might only get a sort of focused period of wet weather at a specific point of the Grand Prix. But it will certainly make Monaco a little bit more interesting, to say the least. So, let's take a quick overview of where everything is as we head into this final week of Grand Prix. Let's open up the standings. So, as you can see, Max leads Lando Norris by 31 points and Oscar by 32 points. Oscar just 1 point off the back of Lando Norris, and certainly pushing for second place, and still well within the chance of actually taking the championship away from Max as well. 32 points is the gap. There are 57 points remaining. That is for three separate points available for pole positions, 3 separate points available for fastest laps, and 17 points for a win in each of those rounds. So 19 points per weekend, 57 in total. If we can outscore Oscar by 8 points in the remaining couple of Grand Prix, we should be safe. We should be world champion. It's going to be interesting because we have not really had the pace to finish ahead of Oscar, really. Let's take a look at the standings here as a breakdown, and let's switch this to positions. And you can see that Max did get ahead of Oscar in the Grand Prix there. But we were definitely behind there. We had... Oh, I'm looking at Norris, aren't I? Let's try that again. It was second place for Oscar in the previous Grand Prix. We finished 4th. It was a win for Oscar in Hungary. We finished 6th. A win for Oscar in the Grand Prix and the sprint in Canada. We finished 8th and 6th. Second for Oscar in Austria. We didn't finish at all. And 5th, we finished 2nd. That was the last time we actually finished ahead of Oscar on track, was in Singapore. So, yeah, we've got our work cut out for us. He is going to probably outscore us again today. So we need to make sure that that gap stays quite big. We need to minimize how many points Oscar's actually pulling back on us today. It's going to be a very, very tense run-in, I think. Let's make our way back to the game itself. Evening, Army. Evening, Ibeck. Evening, Dino. Good to see you guys. Hello to everyone else who is lurking in the chat as well. As always, please feel free to say hello. And if you've got any questions, ask away. We'll try and do our best to answer those for you. Right. Let's get underway. We've got 7 days until Monaco. So let's advance time. Zhou has gone up by a point on his overall rating. Very nice. November staff survey results. Everyone is enthusiastic, apart from Zhou and Ocon, who are positive, and only one person moaning about the car. We got so close, didn't we, to the end of the season without anyone bitching about the car. Unhappy about the car itself is Enrico Cardile, but he's still enthusiastic overall. So he's unhappy, but it's not a major issue for him. Let's have a quick look at how the board are feeling right now. They are happy and delighted with our last 2 rounds after being disappointed in Montreal and Spielberg. It's been a bit of a topsy-turvy kind of last few Grand Prix, as you can see. Satisfied in Marina, disappointed in both Austria and Canada, back to being delighted in Hungary, only happy in China. The recent form has fluctuated a little bit, but we will hopefully be able to stay on top of that. Objectives, we've got that nailed. We've already completed this season's objective, which was to finish 2nd or higher, as we are the Constructors' Champions, which means we've also completed the long-term objective as well at the first time of asking. So the board in total will be very, very happy with us. Our team rating is 1,000. That's the highest it goes for team principal ratings. So basically, we can walk into any job we want on the grid at the end of this season. We will not be moving on to another team. We will be ending this series and making it available to anyone who asks for a copy if they want to continue it themselves. Mods not included, of course. Dino asks, are we going to be starting a new save since this season's almost over? Yes, that is the plan. We are waiting for the 2026 DLC's database to be re-released, and assuming that that is dropped by sort of midweek next week, then we will get that series started. If not, we will just push it back a week and keep doing that until we have a new stable database to work from. So in the meantime, we are still running our 2013 series. That normally runs just Mondays and Tuesdays. We will be running that Monday, Tuesday next week, and then we will continue to run that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday until we get the database, so we can get our other series started. So there will always be some F1 Manager content on the channel. It's just a question of which save file will be on which day, and at the moment, we're waiting for the 2026 database to be re-released in a stable form before we get that series started with the new 2026 models and so on and so forth. Right. Let me just check out here. I've got some spare parts. We've got very little cash. We've got 470 grand in the bank. Let's take a look at our warehouse stock. We've got 2 parts of everything apart from rear wings and suspensions. Only got 3 rounds to go. Hopefully won't be an issue. Let's just check. We've got a medium risk and a high risk. Okay, and no risk and no risk. So yeah, we should be absolutely fine now, as long as we don't crash the car. And that's the curse of the commentator there. As long as we don't crash the car, we should be good on spare parts for the rest of the season. So Not overly concerned about that. We will advance time a little bit more. Got a research project about to come good and something to be refurbed. That's our car part test centre. Very nice. Let's get that done. And there is a front wing project done as well. So our car part test centre being back to its normal sort of improvement output, which is very, very nice. We don't have enough to start any more research today, but we will do when we come back from Monaco. And let's have a look. So it says it's going to be hot. Really? That's not indicative of the air temperature. Hot. Okay. Okay. We'll see what happens when we get into the Grand Prix weekend itself. Let's set our targets for tonight. 5th for Max. 9th for Norris. And off we go to Monaco.
Welcome along to one of the biggest weekends in motorsport, here in Monaco. F1 descends on Monte Carlo for the Monaco Grand Prix, a glittering show on the Riviera and a crown for whoever can emerge victorious here. Space may be tight and overtakes few and far between, but that won't stop the drivers battling until the end on this iconic street circuit.
Taking a look at the top of the constructors' standings, we've got a team that's starting to pull away. But that could still change with so many rounds left ahead of us.
Okay then, let's get to it.
Okay, that was a little odd, seeing Lando going through with his helmet on. Normally we only see that when it's a rookie in the car using Lando's helmet because of the way the mod works. But we haven't put a rookie in the car, so I don't know. I don't know why we saw Norris's helmet in shot there. That was a little bit odd. Okay, moving on. Car parts. We don't have a lot left. We've got to try and look after what we did, what we do have until the end of the year. There we go. And we'll go with the 24% gearbox for practice. There we go. So we are all done on Max's car. Let's stick a setup on and let's start with a 10 and a 16. Let's go with an 8.2. Let's go with a 3.35 and a 0.6. Let's go with something like that. Let's move over to Norris's car. So again, a little light on engine options. We'll go with a 24%. We'll go with 19% ERS. And really not many options, is there? I'll have to go with the 11%, I think, and just hope that the car holds together to get through practice. Let's do a setup for Norris. Let's start again with a 10 and a 16. That's not going to work straight away. I can see that. Let's bring that into a 9.5. Let's go to a 9. That fits. Okay. We'll try a 9.1. Looks like we are going to be kind of up against it a little bit. Let's try that. That's right on the very edge there. So we'll give that a go. We need to do a bit of extra running. 21 laps if you want to do 2 separate runs and have time to change setups in between. We're going to go 20 laps of fuel and then maybe call them in as soon as we get the feedback. We'll see. We don't need to run all the way through. Just need to get the feedback and see where we go from there. And there we go. We are prepped and ready. Let's hit the track, shall we? So let's just close that little box and send that Max. It has been delayed due to unforeseen issues, but it's not been cancelled as some may think. What? Iberg, you need to tell me what you're actually talking about there.
Radio
did I hear about Sky Sports F1 extension to 2034? No, I didn't, but too. I'm not surprised. I mean, who else is going to be able to afford the contract, to broadcast here in the UK? So, yeah. I mean, that's why BBC stopped doing it years and years ago.
Plenty of brake temperature.
They had the money.
Okay.
They put a bid in. And then at some point it went to ITV. ITV had it for many, many years, went back to BBC, and I thought, great, back on the beat. No ad breaks, no uninterrupted coverage, blah, blah, blah. And then BBC just ran out of money. And so they started sharing with Channel 4 to finish that season off. And then Channel 4 took over the contract. And then Channel 4's coverage started getting squashed a little bit over the years as Sky became more and more dominant. And now a lot of footage that we see on Channel 4 is actually in partnership with Sky. They share announcers, broadcasters, and interviewers, etc. And so a lot of the content that we see on Channel 4 is, some of it's their own, some of it is Sky's. It's a little frustrating, and Channel 4 have really cut back their presence at some circuits. They don't even bother sending presenters out to America anymore. They have a little echoey studio that they sit in and just talk about things. They obviously, the commentators are already there because they're also part of the Sky package as well. So it's a shame, but I mean, like I said, who else is going to pay the kind of money that F1 wants to be able to broadcast that here in the UK? I still think it should be free to view. I don't think that the content should be locked behind a paywall, which essentially it kind of is. I mean, we have highlights on Channel 4, but we get to watch one race live for free, and that is the British Grand Prix on Channel 4. Everything else is heavily edited highlights and broadcast way after the fact as well. So it's a shame. I would love to see it return to free TV, but I mean, TV's dying though. That's the thing. It's not like it used to be. So I don't think we'll ever see it on free TV here in the UK ever again.
Confirm.
Unfortunately.
The tires.
Alright, let's get some feedback from our guys. See how they feel about those setups that we threw on there.
Any comments though?
Alright, 87% for Max. It's not bad.
Really good job.
But we can do better than that.
Copy that.
Let's call them in.
Confirming you are boxing this lap.
Yeah. I'm in.
So limiter should be on now. So stop on the marks.
Alright, what needs to change? The toe needs to change. And so does the camber to affect traction and oversteer. Let's push that up. Let's push that all the way up. And then we get a small movement there, a small movement there, a good sized movement there, a small movement there. I don't know if that's going to fix it, but hopefully it will at least paint a clearer picture. If we've gone the wrong way on any of these, there's a good chance that they will go from great to good. And if we've gone the right way on that, it should be about perfect. If it's wrong, that should be bad. So that little series of changes will hopefully inform us pretty clearly which way we need to go if it's not right. Now we need to wait for Lando to give us his feedback. And 85%, that's even worse.
Yeah, happy.
Although not by much.
Copy that.
Let's call him in.
And box this.
See the two Fords, a Mercedes, and
Understood.
a Toyota. It's kind of stuck behind Norris here. This is a circuit where if you qualify well and set the car up to be very, very aggressive in defence, you really can control the pace quite substantially. So that's a hope that we can do. That we can maybe get ahead and then just sit and go very aggressive in defence. Right, let's see what we need to change here. So, very similar kind of picture. But this time, there's no way really to go up on that. So, we're going to have to bring that down. The rear wing is correct. I wasn't sure if the rear wing is maybe a 15.5, given the fact that we had to drop the front wing down to a 9. But that is optimal. So, front wing is probably going to be a 9. Maybe go back up to a 9.5. But we are going to significantly bring this down. Like that. And then we're going to move this to the opposite side. Like that. That then gives us an okay gap there, okay gap there, okay gap there, and a good gap there without affecting our rear wing. So we'll try that and see how that works. Fingers crossed. Again, if it's not accurate, it should inform us a bit more clearly which way we need to go. So let's send Max back out. And now we'll send Norris back out. And we'll see what they think of those changes. Fingers crossed, they'll be pleased.
And try to keep the temperature on the tires.
Can you check the temperature?
I could, but I'm not gonna. Savage. Yes. Jim Bob don't give two shits. Dear. All right, we're getting close to the feedback that we need. Oh, Max is 81. Oh, we made it worse. We made it so much worse. And we missed him going through the pits as well. We'll call him in. So it looks as though we're going to have to change the roll bar. I would imagine is the big issue on that one. Unless, of course, as I said, one of those things that we changed, we went the wrong direction on. We'll see. Evening, Daniel. Wrong car, aren't we? There we go. There's Max on his way back from pits. I was just enjoying watching the Renault running behind us. We do have a few rookies running. Let's see who we've got. Not sure who Gal is. We'll check that in a second. We've got Jackson Chisholm for Williams.
Okay, just
Bartlett running for Ferrari. Rose running for Audi. Ibanez running for Toyota. So, who was it we were looking for? Ah, there we go. Christina Gallo and Paolo Ricalde. I missed her. Didn't
Update
spot her.
when you can.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
I'm happy.
Understood.
Right, so, what is... Oh, there we go. So, we can see that we didn't go the right way on those. So, that needs to come back to about there, and then that is going to need to come down to maybe about there, which means we're going to actually need to bring this back even further. Something like that. That's quite an excessive change, but we'll try it. And let's call Norris in and take a look at his feedback. We've heard that Channel 4 has lost the right to F1 for the free-to-air. Well, they haven't. They've never had it. Well, I think they had it very, very briefly. But, I mean, as far as I know, they're still able to broadcast the British Grand Prix and only the British Grand Prix. I'd be surprised if that changes. That'd be outrage, I think, if they took the British Grand Prix off of free-to-air. Which way? Let's take this down and bring that down that way and pop that back to there, and we'll try that. But we'll try that in the next session. We're done for this session. So all we need to do now is just ride out the clock. 17 minutes to go in the session. Rather ominously, Piastri looking quicker than everybody. I really hope that's not indicative of how our weekend is going to go. Again, always take practice times with a big pinch of salt. But you will get a rough idea of what the AI pace is like, even if you're disguising your own. Track temperature is higher than I would expect, given the air temperature. 39.5 degrees, 22.2 degrees air temp. And that is the end of practice 1. So, we'll take a quick ad break, and then we'll crack on with the rest of practice. All right, as you can see, our driver prep, 48 and 49%. We really don't need to do a lot of on-track running to get to 100%. We just need to nail the setups now. So, let's see if those changes are accurate. $15 laps of fuel, I'm hoping, will be enough.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green light.
And I was having a quick look at the performance index before the Grand Prix. We're going to need to have another look now that we've got to race weekend, and see where everyone stands. But we were sort of like 6th and 7th, I think, in terms of actual fitted performance. We'll double check that again in just a second. Track temperature again, around 40 degrees.
Try to reduce curb use and it's unsettling the car.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah, confirm.
let's go back to the display. Let's go back to the opening page of the editor and reload the file. In fact, what we need now, I think, is the autosave. There we go. Performance. So, in terms of active development, there's been no development from the top 5, well, most of the teams actually. The only 2 teams that have brought upgrades or have got upgrades finished before Monaco, not necessarily fitted but finished, is HiTech and Minardi. They've got some development that's done, not necessarily fitted but done. Everyone else has been static now. We've been static since Singapore. Hungary was the last bit of development done for Mercedes. They're now very drift, aren't they, in terms of active development. And then again, Singapore, it's been static there for McLaren, for Toyota, for Honda, for Audi, for Ferrari, for Ford, and Williams have been static since Canada. Let's see what's fitted. So Williams have got the best 2 cars, equal spec. Then it's Ford, just a little bit behind, about 0.5% behind. Again, equal spec on them. Then the 2 Ferraris, equal spec on them. Then the 2 Audis, equal spec on them. They are very, very close, 0.1% behind. And then there's us. So we are just under 2%, about 1.8% behind Williams in terms of fitted performance, and about 1.3% behind Ford. So pretty close. McLaren, then Honda, then Toyota, Minardi, Alpine, which is HiTech, and then we've got Mercedes, and Mercedes very much adrift now. They are 6% almost behind Williams in terms of what's actually fitted to the car. Let's see how the cars are actually going to perform in certain areas. So Ford have got the best low and medium speed performance, and they're 4th in high speed. We're down in 9th, 8th and 4th. Their top speed's only 8th. Their acceleration's good though. DRS, not massively important around here. They're 4th, we're 8th. Dirty air tolerance is going to be very important around here. We are still the best team in dirty air performance. Ford in 4th, about 5% behind us. Tyre wear, we've got the 2nd best tyre wear behind Ferrari. Ford are all the way down in 9th at 63%. So they are down by almost exactly 10%, which is something that we will have in our back pocket. But yeah, in terms of downforce around the circuit, we need to be very, very scared of Ford and Ferrari as well. and to a lesser extent Williams. So this could be a very, very interesting Grand Prix based on that information. Let's wait for that feedback, see how our drivers are feeling in P2. We'll ignore that and hope it goes away. It's not a fault yet, but just warning that we might get one any moment. And we're now at the point with Norris where we just need the feedback to be 100% on the setup, and then he's done. And now the same for Max as well. Really, 92%. We're still not quite there. So I'm wondering if we do need to move the roll bar for Max. He's coming into the garage for this lap anyway. That's handy. I was about to call him in. Let's see how Norris is getting on. Being chased down by one of the Jordan Hondas. Let's see if we can guess which one it is. They're both on mediums. Helmets aren't working either. I think it's Sonoda. I can't see any car numbers.
Yeah.
Let's guess on Sonoda. Yeah, it's Sonoda. As he muscles his way through. There you go. Norris coming into the garage this lap. Still hasn't given me the feedback yet. Just having to stay out an extra lap. Stay out there until he's done.
Yeah, I'm in. Watch
Max
your speed in the pit lane. Stop on the marks, go to P1, please.
It is the roll bar. So let's push that to a 9-1. Let's bring that down even further, like so. And let's push that back a little bit more. That's tight, isn't it? Yeah, I think that needs to be a 3.1 and then a 0.5 there. So we'll try that. Might be a 0.15, not a 0.05. All right, come on, Norris. Give me your feedback.
Any feedback on the car?
He's optimal. I've got a random sneeze again.
I think everything's fine.
Understood.
Ah, there we go. For the first time, a phantom sneeze actually turned into an actual sneeze. I just managed to hit the mute button in time on that one. Evening, Mike. There is Norris. One thing you don't really notice until you see the actual shot is the height difference between the track here and the pit lane. The pit lane sits quite a bit higher than the actual track. And you don't realise it until you see certain shots. You just assume it's pretty flat. So, 99%, and that can only go one way. It has to go that way. So we are effectively done with Norris. We don't need to run him again. We are going to have to run Max again, just to confirm his setup. send them out until we get that feedback. And keep our fingers crossed that we've got it all done and dusted. A little issue for the Yuki, cutting the second half of the swimming pool. Porsche with an engine issue developing. Ooh, it's gone orange, so that'll get swapped out. But given how deep we are into the season, that might be a part outside of his allocation, so we may see a penalty for Théo Porsche. And there we go, Max gave me his feedback as he drove into the pits, and he is at 100% now. There we go, perfect. So those changes that we made were absolutely spot on. Max is done. Norris is effectively done. So we can sit out the next session. We will run mediums for a lap in that session as well. In fact, actually, I can send them out now. And then we don't have to do anything at all in the next session. We'll hand back 2 sets of mediums in this one. Tyre wear, we can easily get away with extra softs if we get dry weather in the Grand Prix, which we probably won't. But it certainly won't hurt to have those extra softs available for qualifying, which we know is going to be crucially important around this circuit. Practice 2 is done. We'll whiz straight through practice 3 as well. So we've got a penalty for Sainz confirmed. Nothing listed for Porsche yet. Maybe he is still in allocation then, for whatever that part was. Or maybe it won't register until the end of this session. Yeah, we can just sit in the garage. So we'll close that down so I don't accidentally send them out, because I have done that before. And we will just breeze on through. Session done ASAP. So who can we expect a challenge from today then? Well, obviously, Oscar is going to be a massive threat. Antonelli is going to be a big threat in this race as well. Ferrari have finally sorted out their car, so it looks like they will be a problem. Albon and to a lesser extent Colapinto could also be a bit of a headache. Gasly will potentially be somewhere in the mix as well. We can't entirely rule out George, although he's not looking amazingly quick at the moment here in practice. Audi could be a little problematic. Their car's looking quite strong at the moment, we say, with a fault developing for Lawson's Toyota. So there's quite a few cars that could be problematic. While we should be quicker than quite a good chunk of them, getting past them if the pace difference is very, very close, will be very tricky indeed, especially again with unknown wet conditions as well. Well, hopefully the same will hold true for the AI as well. If they are having issues, if we're having issues trying to get through, hopefully they will have issues getting through traffic as well. Halfway through this session, Gasly's still the quickest. Where is Piastri? There he is. Oh, he's running hards. On a hard run right now. That still has good pace on those hard tyres as well. Look at this. Oh, this is scary. He's so close. Oh, he's second on hard tyres. We don't know how hard he's pushing those tyres, but yeah, that is very, very ominous. Look at that, just 2 thousandths behind Schumacher on softs. Yeah. This could be bad. This could be very bad. We are 32 points ahead of Oscar. There are 57 points remaining in the standings. 3 rounds to go. That gap might get a little bit closer today. So if by some miracle we can score 8 points more than him today, then at the end of this Grand Prix, we will be 40 points ahead with only 38 remaining. In fact, even 7 points. If we can get 7 points on him, we'll be 39 points ahead with 38 remaining. We cannot let this thing go to a points draw because he has more Grand Prix wins, and we are not looking like we are going to win a Grand Prix anytime soon in the remaining races. So he will win the title on a head-to-head on win countback as things currently are. Yeah, no penalty showing, look, for Porsche. Interesting. Right, that's it for practice. The cars are set, drivers are prepped and ready. Even though it says 52, we know that we've got the setup at 100% now for Norris. We just never ran to confirm it. So we're as good as we can get. We just need to put the better engine bits back in and take it from there. So let's see how we get on. Up next is qualifying.
Our weekend continues with qualifying as the drivers fight it out for a strong grid position.
Qualifying means everything around Monaco, with little chance of overtaking in the race. Getting as far up the grid as possible and keeping the car intact is every driver's goal on this unforgiving circuit.
So as we head into this qualifying session, Karun, how do you think Lando's going to be feeling?
From what we've been seeing, their confidence is lacking at the moment, and that could end up really hurting their qualifying chances today.
Buckle up then, folks. It's almost time for qualifying.
All right, it is time for qualifying. Let's put those best bits that we've got into the car. Well, gearbox down to 9%. We've got to go with a 72% gearbox. No choice in that matter at all. The 25% would be a huge loss of pace. I'm going to go with that one and hope that it survives this Grand Prix without an issue. And then engine, again, we don't really have much of a choice. It's got to be that engine. 3 rounds left to go. Let's get Max sorted. Again, got to go with the best engine we've got. ERS, we're going to go with the new one. I think we probably could have got away with that, not without buying one for him, actually, based on that. And we'll go with... Got to go with that gearbox, haven't we? Just play it safe. So, there we go. Prepped and ready. Let's hit the track. We'll be dry throughout qualifying.
Green light.
We're going to get out early. We're not the only ones. Bortoletto going out early as well. Let's configure our leaderboard. There we go. We've got Ollie Bearman coming out.
Just work on your tyres.
Yep.
So you're in a good position.
It's such a short lap here. That finding clear space in traffic can sometimes be a really difficult problem. It's one of the reasons I generally tend to like to try and get out early around Monaco, because generally we can get a good run at the very beginning of the session, and then
and you're good to go.
Try and find some clear track on the second run. So off we go. Norris, 18.2 for Max. One of the Hondas coming out now, that's Yuki Tsunoda. Tunnel down the hill into the heavy braking of the Nouvelle chicane. 31.9 for Norris, 31.6 for Max, 32.4 for Bortoletto. Did he make a mistake somewhere? So 33.0 for Bearman. Wow, okay. Didn't expect that. So, Max top with a 109.1. He's 4/10 quicker than Norris. We're still waiting
The
for
car that stayed negative on the Delta.
one of our main competitors. Let's
Mode
check
in,
in with
please.
Ollie
Mode
Bearman.
in.
He crosses the
Okay.
line. He's 2.8 seconds behind. That's a big gap. I wonder if some cars are running really ragged engines at this point, or gearboxes. Because some of their pace just seems way off. Bortoletto looked pretty good in the opening sector, and then it all went to shit. So, who knows? Let's check in with Yuki Tsunoda. He starts his lap. See what the Hondas have got. Gasly making his way out. It's the first of the Fords behind Isaac Hadjar.
Bye.
18-4, opening sector.
On. So stop on the marks.
Yeah, I'm in.
And limiter on, please. Okay, stopping on the marks and P1, please.
Sainz about to start his lap. 32.0, again, not amazingly quick in the middle sector for Yuki. Have we actually got a car that's looking like it could be the favourite this weekend? It's very early days. We still haven't seen Gasly or Piastri or the Ferraris or the Williams drivers. Tsunoda goes to second and he's 7/10 away. Sorry, third. He's 7/10 away. Mercedes has got the worst car on the grid right now, on paper, but that's only the aero. Let's see what the powertrain situation is like, because he is up on Yuki Tsunoda in the opening sector. Sainz might have a better engine. He's got a penalty as well for this Grand Prix. All right, into the final turn. Anthony Noakes for Drogovic. Mini has popped up into 4th place. Drogovic goes into 4th as well. He's 0.003 of a second slower than Yuki Tsunoda. Gasly's done an 18.6 in the opening sector, but he might have had to get through some traffic. So we can't take that as read that he's just slow. Let's see what Sainz does. He goes to P3, and he's 11 thousandths quicker than Yuki Tsunoda. There is George Russell leaving the pits. Let's turn our attention to Isaac Hadjar. Terrible middle sectors for both him and Gasly. I'm guessing that's traffic. Neither of these two are going to have a particularly good lap here. Gasly's lap is awful. It's 8th place and 2 seconds nearly off the pace for Hadjar. It's 3.2 seconds off the pace for Gasly. Right, do we have any of the big boys out there yet? Schumacher's out there in one of the Ferraris. No sign of Antonelli yet. No sign of Piastri. Oh, there's Piastri leaving the pit lane. And he might, well, spoil George's lap here. Evening, Joe. Porsche, an 18.7 in the opening sector. That's not good at all. I think that might be the slowest opening sector we've seen so far. Oh, Oscar did manage to get out of the way on the entrance to Massenet there. 18.4. It would have been a slightly compromised opening sector for George, but nothing too serious. Doohan up into 3rd place. He's still over half a second behind us. It's a better middle sector for Porsche, but still not quick. And across the line, Teo is 2.3 seconds away in 10th. Colapinto, first of the Williams drivers, is through the opening sector, 18.3. Schumacher does an 18.2. There we go. Now we're starting to see a potential threat emerging. But a lot of these lap times are a lot slower than I was expecting to see. Let's see what George does across the line. He is 1.2 seconds away in 9th place. Let's turn our attentions to Schumacher here. Trying to emulate his father around this track. And he is looking pretty good. This will be right up there with Max, I think. Expecting to split our two drivers here. Oh, he just misses out on Norris. Just kind of fell away from him a little bit in the middle there. Let's see what Oscar does. .32 points behind Max with 57 available. One of those points up for grabs in qualifying here. Are we sending them out or staying in? Not sure. Probably going to stay in the garage for now anyway. Might potentially send Norris out for another run. Max, I think, is safe. This is an okay run from Oscar. Might get somewhere around Norris and Schumacher here. He goes into P3. We are still first and second. Bearman is only good enough for P14. Lindblad is good enough for P14 to displace his teammate. We're still waiting on Antonelli and Albon, and those two, I think, will definitely be a threat. Yeah, I'm very surprised to see the level of comfort we have at the top of the standings here, as out goes Hadjar for another run with Antonelli tucked up behind him. That's going to compromise Antonelli. Albon coming out now as well. We're going to ride with Alex Albon. There's just something about seeing that classic Rothmans Williams barreling around Monaco. Evening, Johnny. Right, Charles Leclerc has done an 18.3 in the opening sector. Let's catch the rest of his lap in the Jordan liveried Honda. .31.8. Oh, that's a pretty good middle sector. Leclerc is going to throw himself up towards the top. He goes second. He splits our two drivers. First one to do so. Antonelli's actually got a nice little bit of cushion now in to Hadjar in front of him. Let's jump on board with Alex Albon. Lawson's only good enough for P15. Colapinto's coming out for another run. I don't think Leclerc in front is going to be an issue for anybody, but Lawson will... Actually, no, Lawson's pushing, isn't he? No, it's not Lawson. That is Drogovic. No, it's an Audi. Well, that was a Toyota. I sworn that was a Toyota. Oh, it is. It's Lawson. Lawson making his way back to the pits. 18.2, 32.0. None of these guys are going to trouble the top three, I don't think. Hadjar improves to P6. Antonelli goes P11 and Albon P8. I think we can sit in the garage. I think we're good. I am going to send Norris out for an extra run though, just to be on the safe side. We've got plenty of spare tyres. I'm going to send him out now. Hope that we get a clear run. We can always abort it if we don't. Oh, we've got an Audi popping out in front of us. Joyous.
What's for traffic?
Yeah. No need to send Max out again.
Yeah, okay.
Norris should be fine. Everyone's dropping stinkers and all the fresher parts helping. I think maybe some teams are running very, very worn out engine components. I think some gearboxes are probably starting to really push the limits of what they're capable of before they start to fall apart. Colapinto's on a decent lap here. It's not earth-shatteringly quick, but it's a good middle sector. We don't see many of those at the moment, below 32 seconds. And he gets up to 5th. Not bad. All right, back to Norris.
And track is clear, track clear. And charge button off for last corner.
Probably should have just aborted the lap, but we'll not even sent him out to begin with. But we'll go again anyway, and we'll see what he does. Hopefully he'll improve. It would be nice to top the session with a 1-2. Porsche improves to P15. Bearman still 21st. Gasly's in last place still after that shockingly bad first run. 18-2 in the opening sector. We are closing in on the back of Bortoletto. We took 3/10 out of him in the opening sector. Russell pumping in a purple first sector. There we go. Someone's finally taken the purple first sector away from us. First sector as well. We're going to see some improvements this time round, I think. Track evolution will certainly play a part as well with these last runs. Norris doesn't improve, just lost a bit of time in the final sector there. Russell, though, is on a really strong lap here.
Am I not safe?
You should be safe, Norris. Be amazed if you get knocked out from there. There we go. Russell up to P3. Oscar P5. That's Antonelli in front of us. No, that's Schumacher in front of us on an in lap. There is George behind. Right, so let's see what Fornaroli can do. Can't get himself comfortably safe. He's into 16th, but will he be good enough? We need to watch Gasly, because Gasly is sitting in a really bad spot right now. I think that might be Lindblad in front of him. Lindblad is not improving at all. 19.7 in the opening sector. That is appallingly bad. So Lindblad is effectively out.
And stop in front of the garage.
And he looks slow. Gasly is storming up to the back of him, and that might be... Oh, he's pulled over. Did he abort his run? Where is he? There he is. Yeah, he did pull over and let him through. So, 32-0. Gasly will get himself safe as long as he doesn't do anything stupid in the last couple of corners here. Checkered flag is now out So, Porsche is done. Bortoletto is done. Lawson probably not going to make it through. Antonelli goes purple in the opening sector as Gasly gets to 11th. Lindblad and Bearman are both out, so Lawson will join them. We have our bottom 6. It's Fornaroli, Porsche, Bortoletto, Lawson, Lindblad and Bearman. Both of the HiTechs will start from the back row. Let's see what Kimi can do. Can he finally topple Max's time at the top of the standings? It's going to be close. I don't think he's got enough on that based on that middle sector, but it's all dependent on this final sector. This is going to be very close. Oh, he's actually 3/10 away. I am suddenly feeling so confident. It's probably completely misplaced confidence, but I'm really looking forward to this race now. Based off that opening qualifying session. If Max can put in a lap like that in Q3 and start from the front of the grid, that's going to make things so much easier. Ah, dear. Wow. What an interesting opening qualifying session there. Max, the first run he did, quicker than everybody by over 0.2 of a second throughout the rest of the session. So, we'll take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll get into Q2. Alright, welcome back. We are going to be running the same tyres we ran in Q1. So Norris's have done 2 runs, Max's have done 1. Let's send them out and see what kind of time we can do at the start of Q2.
So now we have green light.
Antonelli going out early this time. That'll be interesting. We'll have a straight head-to-head comparison between Antonelli and Verstappen. Antonelli definitely going to be one of those that will be in contention for pole position in the final session.
You need to learn the gears.
Confirm.
I said we couldn't discount George. He sits P4 after that first session.
Reminder for brake temperature.
Okay.
But the big surprise for me was Oscar just didn't look that quick. And Gasly, at one point, looked like he was going to be in real
So you're
trouble.
in a good position.
He only improved to P12. If his performance in this session is anything like his performance in Q1, he will not make it through to the top 10 shootout. Albon not making it into the top 10 is also a little bit of a surprise. But again, you get a lot of traffic in Q1. It's such a short track that it's very easy to hit traffic, as we're about to potentially see here with Lando. We've got Piastri and Hadjar out on track in not a good spot. I think Norris' lap is going to be a bust here.
Good to go.
Hadjar might move out of the way for us. I don't know about Oscar. Not Oscar. Yeah, it is Oscar, isn't it? All right, 18.2. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. We were lucky enough to get past Norris without too much, past Hadjar without too much issue. Now Oscar will move out of Norris's way. There we go. What did Max do? Max did an 18.2 as well. Antonelli an 18.4. So surprisingly, the driver who potentially was slightly compromised going to Massenet is the quickest in the opening sector. not expecting. Antonelli has got himself past Hadjar. Don't think it'll be an issue for Max now. 32.6 for Antonelli. Compromised indeed. Max slightly quicker than Norris in the middle. Very nip and tuck between the two. It's a 109.5 for Lando. Antonelli is way off. 1.2 seconds off the pace. Definitely compromised on his lap. Max is just a touch slower. Just 0.04 of a second behind.
That was a good lap, that last one.
Right, let's check in with Oscar.
Mode in, we'll box this lap.
Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if the performance of the cars that didn't do that well, or certainly not as well as expected in Q1, will be better in Q2. Drugovich up into 3rd place. This is a good lap from Oscar so far. And there's definitely more pace for us to find. We did a 109.1 with Max in the first session. And it's a 109.4 for Piastri. He does go top.
Lane. There will be pit
We'll go out early for another run while the track is relatively clear.
Stop on the marks and focus being in the middle of the box.
And we'll see if we can get an improvement. Try and hold off putting on new tyres until the end of the session. Schumacher has popped up into P4. Let's see what Gasly does. And is Hadjar making his way back to the pits in front of Gasly. Mini cuts the chicane at the swimming pool. Out comes Yuki Tsunoda. And now Charles Leclerc as well. So both Hondas coming out pretty close to each other. Gasly's lap, nothing to write home about at the moment here. Okay, first sector, not a great middle sector. He's going to be slower than Schumacher. Depending on this final sector, maybe even slower than Drugovich. Yeah, slower than Drugovich, just. Right. Will the
And track is clear, track clear.
F1 gods of traffic be kind to
Maybe
us?
more
They
push
will
for
for
last
Norris. Will they for Max?
We're looking good. Good to go.
Looks like they will. Lovely stuff. So, we've got one Williams leaving the pit lane, the other one getting close to starting his lap. Let's see which one's which. It is Albon coming through now to start his lap. Colapinto just about to, just starting his out lap. Honda's across the line. Tsunoda ahead of Leclerc. They're now both starting their flying lap, and they may have an issue with Colapinto. The pits. It's an 18.2 for Norris. He's got a small improvement. Nothing for Max in the opening sector. Leclerc goes purple in sector 1. Max goes purple in the middle sector. Norris did not have a good line through the middle sector. Doing now with an 18.1. Where did that come from? So no improvement for Norris.
That was much better.
Max goes top. 2 tenths ahead of Norris, 10th ahead of Oscar. Let's check in with Jack Doohan.
Okay.
Tsunoda's lap not looking amazing. Leclerc's lap looking pretty good though. Tsunoda to P5. Leclerc goes top by 21 thousandths of a second. Doohan up to P6. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a much tighter session. Albon is across the line in 10th. We are going to need a run on new tyres at the end here. That's less to guarantee that we get through, more to see what our actual
And we need speed limiter on.
high-end push pace could be.
And stop on the marks.
And it's going to be a much tighter fight for pole than I thought it was going to be at the end of Q1. That is certainly
in front of your box.
Indicative of what we're seeing here. Out of Anthony Nogues and up to the line now for Colapinto. It's not a great lap. It's only 11th. He's a second off the pace almost. Russell looking strong in Sector 1. Track's got to be getting better, that's for sure. Really didn't want to have to run again with new tyres in this session if at all possible. We might have to though. Piastri's going out, so Schumacher. We've got a couple of cars coming in at the same time. Middle split for Russell is a 31.8. That's pretty good. This could be up there with Max and Charles. Drogovic improves to P5. And he goes to P3, just a 10th away, and ahead of Oscar. There's a lot of traffic scattered across the lap here. There's no definitive window that we could try and sneak out into yet, but there's still plenty of time in this session. We can go out with just about 2 minutes on the clock, maybe even just under 2 minutes on the clock, and still be fine if there isn't too much traffic to consider. Not a best lap here for Hadjar, but he needs something to improve because he's way off the pace at the moment. And he gets up to P10, but that's not safe. Not with Gasly, Albon and Colapinto and Antonelli all probably out of position. Hadjar could fall victim here. Oscar is on a run, and so Schumacher, and they're both improving in the opening sector. There is Michael Jr. Rescued it. Nobody noticed. Not a good first sector for Antonelli. I tell you what, if Antonelli doesn't make it through, that would be a huge, huge shock. Piastri absolutely flying right now. And he goes top by nearly 0.3 of a second. Schumacher up to P5. That puts Norris down to 6th. Antonelli is not looking like he's going to be good enough here to definitely survive. He gets to 9th, but I don't know if he's going to be safe with that lap time. We've got Colapinto coming out, and there's an Audi behind him. That's going to be Felipe Drugovich, I think. Maybe Jack Doohan, actually. Yes, Doohan. And there's Max. Antonelli down to 10th place. Hadjar, Gasly, Colapinto, all out on outlaps at the moment. Sainz and Mini starting their laps. Mini now crosses the line to start his laps. Sainz just coming into Anthony Noakes now. Should manage to avoid the traffic in Sanderbot here. He does get through cleanly. And that was important for him. I think Antonelli's going to get knocked out here. That would be a massive blow for Ferrari. For Kimi to start outside the top 10.
Gap is currently good.
It's not a good first sector for Sainz, though. 18.6. He's not looking like he's going to get through here. Let's see. Norris is starting his lap. There he goes. He looks like he's got a good amount of clear air. Not too worried about him. Max has got a nice little bit of clean air as well. Did I actually change the tyres? I think I did. Yes, I did. Oh, they're still not up to temperature yet. Look, not even close to being up to temperature. Ooh, interesting. If we can get the tyres fired up before the lap starts in Q3, that could translate into an extra bit of performance. Look at this. Norris's tyres are still not fired up. There we go. One of the rear tyres is switched on now. There's the second rear tyre. Now one of the front tyres. And the second front tyre. And the lap is almost done. Max isn't improving at the moment. Norris is getting a small improvement. Norris doesn't improve at all in the end. Colapinto only gets to B12. Antonelli surviving for now. But Alex Albon, out of anybody in the bottom here, surely is going to be the one to get through. Gasly looks like he's out. There's Albon whizzing through here. Yeah, I think Antonelli is out. Antonelli is out. Hadjar is in P10. Here comes Alex Albon. Oh, he just misses out by 0.02 of a second. Isaac Hadjar. That's a surprise. I thought Williams would definitely be a threat today. And as it is, both of them are out here in Q2. Oscar, Charles, Max, George, Mick, Lando, Felipe Drugovich, Yuki Tsunoda, Jack Doohan, and Isaac Hadjar will be moving through to the top 10 shootout. But out in Q2 are both the Williams drivers, Albon from Antonelli, Mini, Colapinto, Gasly, and Sainz. Sainz we never really expected to be a big threat here, especially with that penalty on top as well. But Gasly being down in 15th is not good for Ford. Antonelli being out in 12th is not good for Ferrari or Antonelli. And both Williams drivers outside the top 10 is also a bit of a shock. Right. Get your breath back. The top 10 shootout is next. All right, here we are then. In Q3, we're going to use the same tyres we finished Q2 with for the first run. We'll put on a brand new set for the end of Q3. We've still got 3 sets of softs available, so we'll have 2 going into the Grand Prix and then 1 slightly used set on top of that. Again, it's going to be a wet race, but we don't know how wet or for how long it's going to be wet, so having some good soft tyres is definitely going to be important. We are going to try something a little bit different on this first run. We're going to take manual control and push them right from the start to try and get those tyres fired up.
Green light.
The other thing we can potentially do with the new set of tyres is to do a 2-lap run, but not overly push on the first run, just push on the second run. And that all depends on how the tyres switch on here.
All the gears.
Confirm.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Yeah, confirm.
Suggest that you can reduce the amount of lift.
Yeah, it's a very short lap,
at
so
turn 1.
getting the tyres fired up on a single warm-up lap could be
Just manage your
tricky.
tyres as you wish.
85 degrees is the magic switching on point, 85, 86. We're at 73 with Norris so far. I think we're going to have to do 2 runs. Or 2 laps to get the tyres fired up, because these tyres just, they're not even close, look.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Yeah, confirm.
Max's tyres are still at
Both push,
73
please, both push.
degrees.
Okay.
They will switch on quicker than they did when we left them, or at least Norris's will. His didn't switch on until the end of the lap, but actually, even then, I'm not so sure. Evening, Clark. There we go. Norris's tyres about to switch on. They are switched on now. So, yeah, about half a lap earlier than they did on the first run. We did an 18-1. Max's tyres about to switch on. His tyres are taking a little bit longer, but now they're switched on. And again, earlier than before, he did an 18-2. I think we're going to need to do two laps on our next run to guarantee these tyres being at the right temperature. This is a really good lap from Norris. Look how good our middle sector is with the tyres actually switched on. It's a 109.1. That's a very good lap indeed.
Take care of the tires.
Yeah, confirm.
Max is fractionally slower.
Charge on.
Yeah, confirm.
No management required.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to try
Charge on.
2 laps. We'll do a semi-push lap on the first run. And then when we come round, we'll do another instant push lap. And, well, that's the plan. But getting that done with traffic potentially in the way could make that very, very difficult to do. We'll see how we do. But we are a second clear of Felipe Drugovich right now. Let's see what Oscar gets up to on his lap.
And we stop in front of the garage.
Yeah, I'm in.
So limiter should be on now. Please stop on the marks.
Right, Hadjar into the last couple of corners, coming out of Raskas into Nogues. And he's half a second away. This isn't even close to our times. It might get ahead of Hadjar. It does get ahead of Hadjar. Actually, it does get quite close at the end there. 10th and a half away. Schumacher about to start his lap. There we go. Both of the Hondas are on their lap. Russell and Doohan coming up to the line. Doohan's lap's looking pretty good. Russell goes P4. Doohan just misses out. And this is going to be interesting with R2 here. Something a little bit different. And now we need to hope that the traffic...
We need a good warm-up on front brakes.
Plays ball here.
Yeah, fine.
Clear. Coming through.
So, we've
Go
got our
as you want
warm-up
it to
lap
be to
here.
start the lap.
Then we're going to do a sort of flying lap where we
Energies
keep the
are
tyres on a gradual temperature increase, but not use the battery. And then we're going to absolutely just go for it. All or nothing on the second,
less.
immediately second flying run. Gone a little early, just in case there's issues with traffic. Oh, we've got a red flag.
Red flag.
That is Felipe Drugovich
Now this
out
was
at
at
Saint
turn
Devot.
and ends up making contact with the barrier.
That's a big
and that's
hit.
definitely not how they would have imagined their qualifying going today.
Very big hit. Rough crash, yes, rough crash indeed. And it has kind of thrown us a little bit. We're still going to have time to do the strategy, but now we're going to have the potential of a lot of traffic getting in the way. So let's hope we can still pull this off.
And we need a good warm-up on the brakes.
Confirm.
this is a really risky strategy. I mean, we do still have first and second at the moment. I mean, that would be the dream, to just lock out the front row here at Monaco. This lap coming up is not the lap that's going to count. It's the lap after that that's going to be the important one. This lap is literally just to get the tyres switched on, ready for the for the next flying lap. And I am concerned that there isn't that much traffic on the circuit at the moment. Max's tyres are going to be good. I'm not so sure about Norris's. There we go. Max's tyres are switching on now as we start the run for the second of the 2 flying laps. And here comes Oscar. God damn it. And Hadjar. This is what I was worried about. And Tsunoda. Jesus, they're all crawling out of the woodwork now.
Mode push.
Okay.
Norris's tyres now switching on as well.
And
Please.
more energy available.
Please, F1 gods, be kind to me here. It's an 18-0 in the opening sector. Wow, having the tyres fired up really does make that difference, doesn't it? What about Norris? 18-2, slightly more compromised, getting past the Ferrari of Schumacher. He's got more traffic to get through. Max is clear now. So we'll switch our attention to Lando. Max is flying. This is not a good lap for Norris. He's not going to improve. I'm going to leave Norris out there for another run. Max has stretched the gap at the top ever so slightly. I'm going to leave them both out for another run. They're going to run out of fuel before they get back to the pits, potentially here. Tsunoda's done in P4. Hadjar's not improving. Hadjar's actually on his way back to the pits. Hadjar's done. It's not a good first sector for Charles Leclerc at all. I think that's him right in front of us there, actually. He's stuck behind George Russell. We are not improving. Oh, Max is out. No, wait, hang on. He's... yeah, Norris is not improving either. We'll just let Norris come in. They're coming in. All right, Oscar. He knocks us off the front row. He gets to second by just 0.02 of a second. Woo, Max on pole. That was critical. George in P5. Tsunoda P4. Doohan crossing the line. Can he improve? He gets to P4. Doohan gets ahead of Russell and Tsunoda. Schumacher is done in 7th. That's your top 10. Max will start this Grand Prix in pole position. Oscar in 2nd. Norris in 3rd. Then it's Doohan 4th, Yuki 5th, George 6th, 7th for Mick Schumacher, 8th for Hadjar, 9th for Leclerc, Drugovich 10th at the moment, but maybe we'll have to start from the pit lane, depending on how much damage was done to that car, and it looked like a pretty significant crash. So Albon may get bumped up into the top 10, and everyone else might move up a bit as well. We've got that penalty for Sainz. And starting P3, there is the opportunity for Norris to try and get a slipstream off the line from the back of Max and leapfrog Oscar into turn 1, or into, if not into turn 1, then up the hill and into Massenet. So we're still in a really, really good position here. Right, qualifying is done. Grand Prix coming up next.
The streets of Monte Carlo are ready as the drivers now prepare for 78 laps around this historic track.
Monaco can hand out unpredictable results, just like in 1982, when 4 race leaders hit trouble. Riccardo Patrese eventually claimed the win after managing to restart his stalled car by himself with a downhill bump start.
The world's most famous street track, Circuit de Monaco, and it demands total accuracy from teams and drivers alike. Pit stops are crucially important for passing here, so timing them right can be the key to victory. It's race day, and final preparations are underway.
So we are starting wet, 2.63 mil, moderate rain forecast. Let's take a look at the grid. Any changes? Drugovich is showing as starting P10. Okay. Sainz will start from the back of the grid with a 10-place penalty, so that's an engine component in the car there. Okay. Let's take a look at the forecast. Looks like it's going to be wet all the way through. So if we can manage our pace, we could probably take those tyres all the way through. And it said it's going to be hot, which means that the tyres will probably overheat a little bit in dirty air. Let's take a look at the track graph. Oh yeah, this is just going to be inters all the way through, isn't it? The wear rate around this circuit isn't too bad. That's 2.63. It's going to maybe get it to close to 4, but not up to 4 at that point. And then it'll be lower than that all the way through, and dipping up and down as well. We can do this without making a single stop. Whether or not we will is another matter. If we get safety cars, red flags, we may even potentially see it dry up at the end. We'll have to see how that goes, but we're going to leave our strategy untouched just there. We're not going to put any extra fuel in. What we are going to do is go absolutely mental off the line, as we always do. Especially with a chance for Norris to try and slipstream his way behind Max into turn 1 and get a run on Oscar to try and complete that move by Massenet. So, there we go. Strategies are selected and fuel loads, driver instructions, etc. are done. We're going to take a quick break. When I come back, we will get this Grand Prix underway and see if we can knock the championship on its head tonight.
Well, it's great to have you with us, folks, as we settle in for the weekend's Grand Prix action. The anticipation and excitement may be building up, but there's a cool head on Carlos Sainz.
Fighting their way out from P21 is not going to be easy at all, and possibly too much to ask from this car.
But remember, anything can happen in Formula One. It's time for one of the most exciting races in the world. This is the Monaco Grand Prix. And it's lights out and away we go.
We're off. Can we get the start we need? Oscar able to shut down Norris. He's going to have a look at the inside though. Oh, no, that's shut down as well. Quite brutally there by Oscar. He does not want to give up track position to Lando Norris, that is for sure.
How's the track?
Right, we're still pushing hard with Max here, trying to get through, or trying to break away so that we can give Norris an opportunity to try and get through.
Yeah, all good.
You've got the pace.
We are going to have to help him out, I think, to get him through. If we can, though, if we can get him through, that would be hugely important. Welcome back, Arctic. So the gap has opened up. 1.7 seconds. We're not close enough here. Got to keep pushing to keep that gap established before Oscar tries to close us back down again. Oh, it's a VSC Doohan's out.
VSC. Stay as close as you can to zero on the delta.
It's
That
obviously
is
quite wet out there.
a crash at Mirabeau.
Oh, and the car with a nasty crash into the barrier. And
Yep.
that won't do the car any good at all.
Not good at all for Jack Doohan there.
And while all that was happening, the crew in the garage could do nothing but
Randomly
watch on.
got one of the driver helmets twice in the garage there. That's an interesting one. Not seen that before.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Do we have any audio from Doohan? No.
Charge on.
Yeah, confirm.
A crash in the main straight, on the left, crash on the main straight.
It's only a VSC, not a full
Everyone
safety
alright?
car.
So looks like everyone is okay.
Debris on track.
I expect a good chunk of the grid, maybe not all of the grid, but I do expect a good chunk of the grid to actually box for a new set of tyres at some
P3.
point.
Okay, next car is Piastri. Gap to him 0.9. Car behind is
So if we get ourselves a situation
him,
where
2.5.
we can nip in and get a new set of tyres without losing much or anything in the way of track position, we will take it.
Okay.
Energies are good.
Confirm.
So give us another bite at the cherry of getting Norris through on Oscar when the track goes green again. is getting a little worse weather-wise, but it's going to ease off again soon. Let's take a look at the track conditions. So we've now got a slow, gradual climb, according to that. This is predicting moderate rain all the way through, and yet... Oh yeah, that is moderate rain. I thought it was light rain. So we may see the track creep up towards 4 mil, but I don't think it's ever actually going to cross that 4 mil barrier. Take a quick check on everyone else. So Antonelli's into the top 10 thanks to Doohan's retirement. Albon 9th. Mini's got the final points position in 11th. Sainz up to 19th now. Here we go. We're going back to green flag.
Safety car ending.
Let's try and catch out Oscar if we can.
Push now, please.
Let's push Max again.
No lift off.
Make sure that there is still that gap to slot into for Norris.
Yeah, confirm. We don't think we need any lift and coast.
Yeah, okay.
Problem developing for George.
A little bit of a strange noise from a turbo as I lift off, almost like a whistling sound.
I thought he was going to complain about it raining in his helmet. Oh, and yellow flag, Mini. What has Mini done? Is he locked up?
Signal yellow.
Okay.
Yeah, he's locked up
Here's
at
the
the
replay.
Nouvelle chicane.
Now this is where the RB driver's involved. Things were going smoothly, and there goes the steering. Not surprising, I suppose, given these conditions.
And that's going to put Colapinto into the points.
Now let's take a look here at turn 10.
And apparently we're going to see it again.
That won't help their chances. Really, they must be careful.
Back to Norris. Are we going to be close enough here? Don't know. Possibly not. No, we're not even close. Yeah, we're going to keep that pressure on. Max is now 3 seconds just about clear of Oscar. Oscar may be playing a little bit of possum with the battery. We'll see if his pace suddenly starts picking up and that gap starts coming down again soon. Got some clear air behind us as well. Sonoda's 2 seconds away. Some of the camera angles when they're focusing on a particular car are a little bit strange. Because they're trying to shoot the car as, you know, where it is, but from that vantage point, so you just end up looking at barriers and not much else sometimes. And sometimes the camera angles go a bit crazy. I've seen sometimes you'll send the car out from the pits and immediately go to time 16, and instead of going to the overhead map, it just stays fixed on the pit box.
Okay.
And you just see the car disappear, and then the camera just stays there and just cuts little jerks like this as the car's moving around the circuit, and all you see is just the pit garage just moving around a little bit like this while the car's off doing its lap, and then it comes back through. It doesn't happen very often, and the second you try and change the speed or the camera angle, that breaks that little issue. Right, 3.5 seconds is the gap to Oscar now. I think we are going to probably end up making a stop with Max just to make sure we get a time on the leaderboard for the pit stop competition. Yeah, I saw you post about that. I didn't spot it myself. don't think we are going to be able to get ahead of Oscar. I think the opportunity we had is gone. So let's cool off the tyres. Let's save the battery.
Confirm. Charge button on. Yeah, confirm.
I'm actually
We
going to
need to
keep
do
Max
full management on this set.
on a semi-push, but not quite as aggressive. What's the
We're
track
okay to
temperature?
push a bit
35.5
harder.
degrees, and it's
Yeah.
still quite warm.
Charge on.
See, now that we stopped pushing Norris, Oscar is scampering away from us. Let's check lap times. That tyres are overheating, so we need to cool them down. That will also affect pace,
Just
the fact
concentrate
that the
getting your
tyres are
tyre temps
overheating. It's another reason why I was toying with the idea of just not stopping and just trying to keep going without stopping, just because tyre performance will drop as tyres get too warm. Let's come out of this camera now. There we go. Focus in on the race leader. Oscar might not stop pushing. He might just keep pushing. I mean, you can see from our own tyre prediction that even pushing on orange all the way through, you'll still get to the end with some tyre to spare. So he might just be running that pace and not planning on stopping. But he's not a major pace threat at the moment, and if he does get close to Max, then we can just put Max in defensive mode and try and burn out Oscar's tyres and force him to have to stop or risk a puncture without him changing his pace settings. So we're in good shape. I mean, we need to outscore Oscar by 7 points this weekend to guarantee that we win the championship. We've already got the first of those points by sticking it on pole position. We've got the second of those points temporarily by taking the fastest lap. So that means we only need 5 points. Now the gap between first and second is 4 points. So we're not quite going to do it. But if we can get Norris ahead of Oscar, that's it. Championship done. We only need to outscore him by 7 points today. And the gap between first and third, 7 points. And that way, if Oscar does box, put on fresh tyres, take the fastest lap later in the Grand Prix, that point is cancelled out by the fact that Max qualified on pole position. So what we'll probably do with Max is just keep our pace going like this, maybe react to what Max does. With Norris, I think the plan will be try and go the distance on these tyres, but only if we can stay close enough to Oscar to stop him from being able to get a free pit stop. I'm going to turn these tyres up a bit now that they've cooled off. That should pick the pace of Norris back up a little bit. So that's my general kind of thinking on how to approach this Grand Prix. Plan not to stop, react where we need to, and maybe try and grab a cheap stop or a free stop under a safety car or a red flag, something like that. There'll be a C, we get another one. You can see some of the field is starting to space out a bit. There will be, as the race progresses, windows of opportunity for us to slot back in without losing too much time or position on track. But we do not want to surrender track position to Oscar unnecessarily. So if Oscar stops, we will look at maybe doing a reactionary stop the next lap to try and cover that off with Max. The plan with Norris will be to try and go the distance and then just act as a roadblock for Oscar stop him getting back into second place. And then championship is won with 2 rounds to spare. Whether or not that will happen, I don't know. Norris is definitely not on the pace of the front 2. We are losing half a second a lap. Remember, it's normally about 18 seconds-ish for a pit stop. Ideally, you want about 20 seconds.
Currently
Just
P1.
to be able to make sure that you can
Piastri
stay ahead on
behind.
the exit of the pit lane going up
4
the hill
seconds.
towards Massenet. And also, just in case you maybe get a slight delay in the pit lane. But we want to make sure that Oscar doesn't get anywhere close to that kind of gap over Norris, if at all possible. So we want to keep the gap at no more than 12 seconds, if we can. Because then we have a little bit of breathing space before Oscar will be straight on us. He'll have to push a little bit to catch up, and then that might delay how quickly he can come back at us.
Use the energy.
Confirm.
So now it's the waiting game. And because there's not really much going on here, let's have a look at other positions in the Grand Prix. We've got Colapinto in 11th place, the last of the points positions, close to the back of Antonelli. But passing in these conditions, let alone around this circuit with realistic racing, very tricky. So he may be stuck there for quite some time. Gasly's up to 12th now, so he's just on the cusp of getting into the points. Mini still adrift at the back of the grid after that big lock-up at the Nouvelle chicane. Russell still has rain in his helmet and a slight problem with his turbo. Leclerc closing in on Hadjar as well. Norris has taken a little bit of time out of Oscar because we've been pushing the battery again. So the gap's back down to 2 seconds. And Oscar's losing a bit of time to Max. Max is now up to 4.6 seconds clear. We're back into top up now for Norris.
Charge on.
Confirm.
There are no neck and neck fights going on anywhere at the moment. Everyone's just kind of tripping around. About a second or so behind, look. So the gap just over a second there, just over a second there, a second there. Gasly close for now, but I don't think he's going to be able to make the run up the hill. It's not close enough. Same for Fornaroli. Little gap back to Porsche and then Bortoletto. But here again, everyone's in that 1 second kind of window. And Tsunoda's now 5 seconds behind Lando. So Max, 12 seconds clear of Tsunoda. If he were to box now, he would come out somewhere around Leclerc and Albon. And of course, we are not going to be doing that. Enthusiastic fan at the Turn 1 balcony. Well, we're going to see him again in a minute, perhaps. Track water level still creeping up. We have got some lighter rain coming. So we've hit that point where it's kind of peaked and it only got up to about, well, 3 and a bit. This is slightly off by the look of it. But as you can see, no chance of going over 4 mil in the near future. And we've got that light rain now, which should start to see the water level ease off a little bit. Got a fault developing for Lindblad now. Probably won't hear what it is.
The car's definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
It's just a little bit of a miserable car, apparently. You can see, as soon as we stopped pushing Norris, though, that gap did climb back up again. Piastri's matching Oscar's, matching Max's lap times, give or take. Gap staying consistently around 4 seconds. Actually took 7/10 out of us on that previous lap. Oscar's picked his pace up a bit. Maybe just trying to open the gap up between him and Norris again. Tsunoda has taken a second out of Norris as well. Still a 4-second gap. Nothing to be too concerned about at the moment. Pit check means that we should now get out in front of Leclerc if we were to box now. Oh, Colapinto's got a puncture. Just hit the barrier. No, not the barrier. Sorry, the inside curb there. A little bit rough. And Franco Colapinto puncturing at the beginning of a lap is going to open up all sorts of gaps now, as cars have to really slow down in certain areas to get through. Look at the carnage in terms of what it's doing to everyone's race at the back of the grid as they try and get their way through in awkward spots. Some cars are getting through in sequence pretty quickly. Others are being held up massively here. And there we go. To the back of the grid goes Franco Colapinto. And he's going to be in danger of getting lapped. That would certainly make things interesting. I love that we get these random punctures every now and again. Really just adds an extra element into the game. A tip of the hat to realistic racing there. Oh shit, I did not mean to do that. What I meant to do was that, so I could see what the rest of the tyres were at. Hit the wrong button. Wow, the gap has exploded between Oscar... Oh no, wait, that's leader still, isn't it? There we go, that's a bit more like it. So, Colapinto is out ahead of Max. There's Max. Max has got a full battery, so we may as well use it.
Push. Okay.
Here's 30 seconds adrift. Didn't even get to see whether it was a good stop or not either. Let's have a look. Was it at least a decent stop? Hasn't counted it yet for some reason. That's odd. Why has he not listed his lap time, his pit stop time yet? Yeah, very strange. Very strange indeed. Me hitting skip time made in time travel. No, I think the game's just a bit buggy. It'll register at some point. I'm just not sure when. You can see we are getting closer though. And Norris is matching Oscar's lap times. So, across the line for Colapinto, he is doing, on the new tyres, 121.2s. So he's quicker than some of the cars in front, but not by a lot. Meanwhile, Max, a 119.0. Over 2 seconds quicker. He'll be on him soon. Now, we can throw a car into the mix, a lap down. Could make things interesting. I'm going to save the battery now, though, because I don't want to do it unnecessarily and maybe then get torpedoed by Colapinto. I'd like to be in a position where I can break away from Colapinto once we get through. I don't want him hanging around in my on the back of my car for too long. That's just asking to be hit with a lockup. Let's close Norris back in on Oscar again.
Confirm.
This is why I wish there were key bindings for this game, because there just aren't. It's a really clumsy key system in here. Same keys will do multiple things depending on whereabouts, you know, the emphasis is. So I think it's, yeah, I can switch between the two cars with Q and E. Go up and down like that. But if I click on this, there are certain other keys where you can just move things along, but they're not preset. So if you've got the wrong thing selected without realizing, then you will change speed over camera. Again, it's not what I wanted. I wanted to be able to have specific keybinds set for this game, and there's no way to actually do that I'm aware of. So that I could then program certain things into my Stream Deck. So I could just press a button on that to change cameras to certain things if I wanted to, like change cameras and switch straight immediately to a very specific camera. But again, you can't do that. It's clunky. There we go. We get through. So let's turn the battery back on and try and break away pretty damn quickly. Evening, Bill. Again, we do not want to get hit with a Colapinto lockup.
Pace, it would be a good time to do it. Okay for mode push.
Yeah.
Albon now with an issue. Why are we so slow?
Is the car okay? I'm getting like...
That's one of my favourite whinges from Albon. It's just, why are we so slow?
And charge button on.
Okay.
Now that we've got a fault developing in that car, we may well hear it. So, where is Max? There's Max. Where's Colapinto? Nowhere near us. Good. Let's calm things back down again.
On. Yeah.
Norris still keeping that gap respectable to Oscar. If Max wanted to box and change tyres, we would now get out ahead of George Russell and be very, very close with Tsunoda. But we could push the tyres insanely hard for a few laps and then come in and we should clear Tsunoda. And you can see how much the field has spaced out after that puncture. Opened up all sorts of weird gaps as cars struggle to get through cleanly and consistently. That's good for us, for our pit stops. It's also bad for us if Oscar stops. So let's see, if Oscar were to stop now, where would he come out? He would come out somewhere around Hadjar and Leclerc. Let's see, Gasly in the points in 11th, thanks to that puncture from Colapinto. He's close to Antonelli. Give him Wayne. Track is definitely getting drier. What is the fastest lap right now? I know we've done a 1:19.0, but I think it's quicker than that. 1:20.3, yeah, we've gone quicker than that. And 1:18.7, which we actually did on the previous lap. And that was when we were trying to break away from Colapinto. Picking up Colapinto. Oscar's starting to close in on him. Although Colapinto's pace has improved. He's doing 1:19.6 on that last lap, which is only a tenth slower than Oscar. So it'll take a little while for Oscar to catch him up at that rate. Still Gasly just stalking Antonelli, but not really close enough at any point to actually throw it up the inside anywhere. Have a lunge. We've got three cars nursing issues. And that is Russell with a turbo, Albon with something. Possibly the battery. And who knows with Lindblad. And one car out. That's Jack Doohan. Very early doors. Lap 2 or 3 when he crashed out. Evening, Adrian. Track water level going back up over 2 mil again. We've got this little peak coming up where we'll get to about 3 mil by the look of it, and then down towards low 1 mils. Before climbing and then dipping again. close is Oscar to the back of Colapinto? There he is, just appearing. Bit of a slower lap that time, 120.6, 124 for 120.4 for Oscar, 120.8 for Norris. Track definitely getting wetter again. There's no real action for us to take a really good detailed look at the moment, is there? No one's able to get close enough. Evening, McLaren. McLaren Hadjar is a potential fight building as well. One a little bit more significant than the battle for 16th. Right, let's check the spacings. So Max now can box and get out comfortably ahead of Tsunoda. Again, there's no plans to do that. Norris can box and come out somewhere around Alex Albon, Leclerc, Antonelli. It's a little bit tighter. These tyres will comfortably go the distance. There's no need for us to box. In fact, it's possible Colapinto might be the only one who does actually box. Let's see if it's registered his stop time yet. Nope, it still hasn't registered it yet. Yeah, the in-menu timing screens and leaderboards don't update properly from time to time. A number of times in the past I've lamented about the points tallies not looking accurate, and then getting to the end of the Grand Prix and realising no, they were very much not accurate. Leclerc's backed off again. Cars just can't seem to stay close enough to actually have an attack before they have to back off because their tyres are getting too hot. Race is just as boring as the real Monaco. Yeah, normally we do get a bit more drama than this, but in this situation, because we've got a championship on the line, I'm all for that. We might not win it outright tonight, but we will make it almost impossible for Oscar to win the title if things stay like this. And if we can somehow get Norris ahead of Piastri, the title will be done. I don't think that is Tony. I think it's a different McLaren. The gap at the moment is 32 points going into this Grand Prix. We've gained a point for qualifying on pole. We've also got a point in hand at the moment for the fastest lap, although that is going to be up for grabs later as the race progresses. As Piastri is now finally past Colapinto. There we go. And there are 57 points in total remaining across the remaining 3 Grand Prix. We've got a yellow flag out there, and that is a safety car. So we are going to box because everyone else is going to. Actually, we are not going to box with Norris. We're going to gain track position with Norris here. We're going to box Max, though, because Oscar's going to box.
Charge button on.
Yep, all good.
It's another lock up into Sander Bot. Again, hits that barrier. It's a less... Oh, yeah. Gabriele Mini channeling his inner Charles Leclerc there. I thought he was going to get away with it without major damage for a second then. Oh, Oscar stayed out. Ooh, interesting. Is anybody going to box? Oh, wait. It's a red flag. It is a red flag. I was wondering why Max's car wasn't moving there. So we get a free tyre stop. And we get another bite at the cherry of trying to get past... Oscar with Norris. And this may change the water track for the remainder of the race as well. So that's what it looks like at the moment. We may well see the end look a little bit different. We're going to have this red flag, which is going to move time on maybe 10 minutes or so. And there we go, that's what I was wanting. So I can do that, and I can do that. We can cancel that stop. Cancel that stop. We can go all-out attack off the line. Like so. There we go. Right. On pause time.
Red flag.
And this will allow Colapinto to unlap himself as well. There we go. Right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. And then when we get back, we will get the restart underway. All right, so fresh tyres going on. Not too far from the halfway point, actually. This is lap 31 of a 78 Grand Prix, 78 lap Grand Prix.
Sense of deja vu here as the drivers once again face the countdown. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Currently P1. Car behind is Aston.
Come on, get past him, get past him, get past him. Ah, come on, up the hill, up the hill. No. Ah, he's chopped us.
Okay,
So, Colapinto is still
let's
the only
push
driver to have made an actual pit stop so far. So it looks like it's going to be maximum points for Williams. Let's see, weather's at 1.32 mil on track. Let's take a look at the track details. It is going to end up drier at the end than it was. It's still not going to dry up. We saved all those soft tyres for nothing, it would seem. Come on, Norris. I believe in you. We need to keep Norris ahead of Oscar where we can anyway as well, to keep Norris in second place in the standings. Chance for the fastest lap to move around a little bit now. 1.2 mil on track. This is the driest it's been, I think. It's still drying up a bit more as well. Again, we're not close enough. We had the opportunity on lap 1, and once that went, I think we're kind of toast on that. We have got all of that hard work we did earlier to do again, and now the likelihood of anybody stopping for tyres without having some kind of issue like a puncture or something is almost zero. So it will arbitrarily just issue out points for the top 10. Say Colapinto being the only one to have actually made a stop. Russell's car with another fault.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
We have given the command to drive in fresh air. Potentially. But you lose a lot of slipstream if you don't get it, which can have a big impact on acceleration. Biggest problem we have is we're just not able to get close enough into Saint-Devote to get the run up the hill to try and make the move into Massenet. The dirty air is brutal.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Confirm.
Charge button on, please.
Yeah, all good.
And with the track so much drier, we can't be as aggressive for as long as we were last time. Because the tyres will overheat even quicker. You can see Max's tyres now starting to get a little bit toasty as well. We can be more aggressive with the tyres in general because they're fresh, and we've got just over half a Grand Prix to do now, but just because you can doesn't always mean you should.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just
It's going to be definitely harder to have that break away from Oscar again this time round.
A little bit more rain. Charge on.
Yep.
And while we're cooling Norris's tyres off, we've got to be wary of Tsunoda closing back in. And the whole field is closed up as well, so anyone stopping now is going to the back of the grid.
Cool your tyres.
Okay.
And push.
What may be a better potential... Oh, another yellow flag. Is that a lock-up for somebody? It's a safety car. Jesus. Oh, we're going to end up with so much fuel. I knew I should have underfueled here. Oh, well, on the restart, we might get another attempt on Oscar again. Lindblad's crashed.
Let's take a closer
That's
look.
at the Nouvelle
So here
chicane.
we are following the Alpine. And there's contact with the barrier. That will have knocked their confidence, I'm sure.
He clipped the divider
It's
on his
not
way back
going
onto the
way
track,
the
and
team
it just
had hoped
bounced
today.
him like a
That is for
spring
sure.
straight across to the opposite side of the track.
Yes, please.
I've not seen that one before. That's a new one on me. Any audio from Arvid? Nope. Some very disappointed mechanics there. So it's another safety car. This time it will actually be a full safety car rather than a red flag. By the time we get around to the Nouvelle chicane, that car will have gone.
So there was a crash.
Is everyone alright?
What we are going to do with Norris here, though, is we're going to get him
debris
to
on the main straight.
go into avoid curbs and driving clean air. For Max, clean air won't work because he's behind the safety car, but we can tell him to avoid the
Yeah,
curbs.
confirm.
Try to reduce the hit on the curb.
And now we have a couple of laps or more hooping along at very, very slow speeds.
What position are we in?
So at the moment P3. In front we have Piastri. Car behind is Tsunoda.
So, as we cross the line to start lap 37, let's have a rundown of the running order. It's Max ahead of Oscar at the top with Norris in third, Tsunoda fourth, Russell in P5, Schumacher sixth, Hadjar seventh, eighth for Charles Leclerc, ninth Albon, 10th for Antonelli, 11th, and the final points position is currently held by Pierre Gasly. Then it's Pourchaire, Fornaroli, Bortoletto, Lawson, Bearman, Sainz in 17th, 18th for Drugovic, 19th for Colapinto. We've had 3 retirements so far. Jack Doohan was the first to go. Then Gabriele Mini with a very dramatic scream of rage and frustration and disappointment all mixed into one. Bringing out a red flag, and now Lindblad's crash bringing out the safety car not long after the restart. As things currently stand, Max is on course to pick up 19 points this weekend. Oscar is on course to pick up 13. That means the gap will be 38 points with 38 points remaining at the end of this Grand Prix. However, Oscar will still lead Max in terms of race victories. Oscar's got 8 race wins, I think. Max has 6. So this will bring them a little bit closer together. not impossible that Max ends up losing the championship if they tie, but there's still chance for Max to get an 8th win for no reply from Oscar and still finish tied, in which case I'm not sure who would then win in that situation, because I don't know who's had more second places, etc. Or whether it just goes straight to total number of podiums. Welcome back, Vito. What have you missed? Okay. A red flag and then a safety car not long after the restart. And Arctic is obsessed with a particular fan, just waving away around the exit of Sandoval. So if the race stays like this and there are no changes in the top 3, we will take the championship to the next round, which is tomorrow, Bahrain. Hasn't been much action on track. It has been very processional, which we kind of expected given the weather conditions and the fact that we got realistic racing on. But the big surprise was the fact that we were able to actually out-qualify Oscar, stick it on the front row. We've had a couple of bites at the cherry with Norris trying to get into second place on restarts that haven't quite worked out yet. We'll have another go at the end of this safety car, which is going another lap at least, and that would be the dream. If we can get Norris through against Oscar on the restart here, that would wrap up the title for Max tonight, and it would also keep Norris just ahead of Oscar in the driving standings. It's 1 point between Norris and Oscar. Norris 1 point clear at the moment, but as things stand, that gap will go to 2 points in Oscar's favour. He'll be 2 points clear of Norris. And this is certainly one of the strongest results we're on for that we've had in quite a while. First and third, a double podium. When was the last double podium we had? Let's have a look at records. Let's look at results. Okay, so the last time we had both cars on the podium, Silverstone, when we got a 1-2. That's the last time we got both cars on the podium. So many races ago. Did we enter with a huge fuel load? No, we didn't. But we had that early safety, that early VSC, and we'd almost burnt that off, and then we got a red flag, and now we've got a safety car. And we'll burn some of this off, but not all of it. We're going another lap. So we are now at the halfway point. We've done 39 of the 78 laps. We're now starting lap 40. There is Arctic's fan. I think that's you, Arctic. Albon's car getting a little bit worse.
mischief.
Ah, maybe gearbox issues developing then. Lindblad had the other fault. His car's now very much not, it doesn't matter if he has a fault because he's not taking any further part. This has been a long safety car. Still no end in sight. We are coming up to the middle split, so we should get a notification after to back, which is the next corner, if we are going racing this lap. There we go. We are going racing.
Safety car is in this lap. Okay.
Just realised I need to turn those off. There we go.
Mode push. Yeah.
Fault for Lawson.
Safety car has left the leader.
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of
Oh,
fault.
fucking hell, Crofty. Maybe pause the game for that. Ah, dear. Right, here we go. Restart at the end of lap 40, beginning of lap 41.
Okay.
Confirm.
Oscar's looking very aggressive on the restart.
Yeah, confirm.
Opportunity isn't there. Antonelli gets past Albon. We've had an overtake. Woo!
So next car in front is Piastri.
And he gets past Antonelli as well. What does he? Russell's car's getting worse.
Well, yeah, right. It certainly looks like they've developed a fault.
Back to Norris. Come on, come on, come on. No.
Okay, next car is Piastri.
Felipe
Let's have a
Drogovic
look
cutting the swimming pool.
Oh, we've seen a few go off the track there.
Again, we're not close enough, look.
Look after the tires, please.
Yeah, good.
Max is getting that breakaway again.
Now. Alright, let's concentrate. You can push.
Evening, Nigel.
Gap to him 1.4. Continue like this.
Title hasn't been decided yet, Nigel. We won the Constructors a few races ago, but the drivers are still up for grabs. We're going to move a big step closer if things stay like this. Finishes like this, then we'll only need a point from Max in the remaining 2 races.
Okay, charge on.
We just aren't able to get Norris on terms with Oscar, unfortunately. What we can do
We need to reduce K1
is
usage.
see if he makes a mistake, locks up somewhere, has a spin. But we just can't
Car
get
behind is
through.
Tsunoda.
Oh, the 2013? Oh, that's not even halfway through.
And just a reminder on your eyes.
Confirmed.
So we've got that 2.5 second cushion to Oscar again. It's about 2 seconds then between Norris and Oscar. And Tsunoda's quite close. Russell not able to put any real pressure on him given the issues with his car. Albon's still putting a little bit of pressure on Antonelli despite the problems with his car, but that could dramatically change. So we're back to being patient again. Being patient and seeing whether or not things will go our way. Let's take another look at the weather forecast. That safety car will have changed things again. And it looks like it's just going to slightly increase a little bit at the end now. And then kind of stabilise in the last couple of laps. And again, it's only prediction. It's not a guarantee that that's what the weather's actually going to do. We're not going to be able to burn all of this fuel off before the end of the Grand Prix. That's for certain. And I'm not expecting any pit stops. And nor do I think we'll be able to open up enough of a gap to justify coming in for a pit stop ourselves either. We're just going to lose track position if we do that. So, as things currently stand, if Max boxed, he would come out somewhere around Ollie Bearman. Just in front, maybe just behind. Theoretically, just in front. Can't they widen the circuit a little bit more? Not really. Space is an absolute premium in Monaco. The barriers are already right up against the edge of the space there is. But even when the cars weren't as wide as they are now, it was always difficult to overtake here. It's always been a circuit where it's been more about just qualifying than anything else. I mean, even if you go back to the 1990s, you would get races that were very, very processional. Even cars that were very much quicker would still get caught out behind traffic for a long, long time. If you think back to 1992, when Mansell was so far away ahead of Ayrton Senna, he developed a slow puncture. He came in, boxed, came out behind on brand new tyres behind Senna with about 11-12 laps I think to go, closed up very, very quickly, and then spent the next 7 laps just completely unable to get past Senna, who positioned his car absolutely perfectly every time, despite Mansell having the better car with brand new tyres, just could not find a way through. Senna was just making his car wide in all the right places.
So reporting a lot of rain.
And the cars have only gotten bigger since then. Schumacher has got a potential opportunity to get past George Russell at some point here. George definitely struggling a little bit. That Ferrari is certainly a much better car at this stage of the year than it was at the beginning of the year, when it was absolutely nowhere. And George is definitely hamstrung with issues in that car. So if he can get a good exit out of a key corner, he could maybe find himself in a position to make a run against George. Might need Russell's car to degrade even further for that to actually happen, though. And that's the only fight of any real significance that's technically not even a fight, not at the moment. It's just a very close procession. Right, we're going to go hunting with Lando Norris again. See if we can put a little bit of pressure on Oscar. We can afford to overcook his tyres a bit for a while, given that one set of tyres would go on an aggressive push all the way through to the checker flag, in theory. But absolutely on just standard pace setting would absolutely have gone the distance without needing to stop. And these tyres have only got to do 42 laps total, something like that. So we can afford to push them a little harder, see if we can close in. Like to save the battery until we get a little bit closer.
Yeah, it's a lot more than level 2 here.
Got thrown a little bit by the emoji there, Arctic, because I've been playing a lot of Banished in my spare time, and that looked very much like a dead roast chicken on the ground. at a quick glance. We're actually losing time because Piastri's pushing onto Max.
P3.
Oh, is this a terminal issue for Albon?
Oh, that's not good. They'll need to retire the car.
Is he into the pits? He is. Albon is out. So Porsche gets into the pits. Into the points. He takes 11th place, the final points position.
One car stop outside of the track.
I love how the mechanics are all sat there on chairs, complaining and going, oh no, after watching Alex Albon pull into the very space where they're sat. Yeah, Piastri's upped his pace. I don't know if that was preemptive or a response to us trying to close the gap, but he's going after Max, isn't he? There is Max. There is Oscar. The gap less than 1.5 seconds. Norris is making no real impact whatsoever at the moment. At all. That's not helping in the slightest.
And try to cool down the
Pushing the
tires
tyres
as
like
much as
that.
possible.
Okay, yeah, confirm.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Yeah, confirm.
So Oscar is feeling a little bit feisty.
Okay, ramper mode push.
Let's make him suffer.
We need to maintain position.
Maybe give Norris an opportunity to get into position for an attack of his own. Versus Red Bull. Who will win the battle of the soft drinks? Well, it's not even technically Red Bull anymore, is it? There's no Red Bull branding on that car anywhere. It's Ford versus Caddy. Or Ford versus GM, two American powerhouse manufacturers going head to head. Are we trolling? No, we're not trolling. We are just prepping Max into defensive mode in case Oscar tries to get a little close. We're also kind of slowing Max down just a tiny bit in the process by doing that, which has a knock-on effect on Oscar because of the dirty air, to give Norris an opportunity to try and close right back in and maybe launch a lunge somewhere. Gap's come down by about 2 seconds. We are going to run out of battery with Norris soon, though. Let's give him an absolute belter of a lap attempt here. Definitely got ourselves some breathing room to Yuki Tsunoda as well. And Tsunoda's clear of Russell, given Russell's issues.
Piastri.
And there we go. Norris is now closer to Oscar than Oscar is to Max. I think
Continue, keep going.
Oscar definitely had an attack and is out of battery. And he's just easing off, maybe to calm his temps down or to try and refill the battery a little bit. But we're getting Norris into a very good position now.
And charge button on.
Yeah, confirm. Cool.
My fear is that now that we've run out of battery, we're not going to be able to stay close enough to Oscar to mount an attempt when we get a bit more battery in the car again. Worried that gap's going to go back up again.
Okay, next guy is Piastri.
It's already gone up a couple of tenths this lap.
Race is long.
And the tyres are starting to overheat again.
And take care of the tires in high speed.
Confirm.
Alright, gap's actually held pretty consistently at around the 1.5 second mark. We have lost a tiny bit of time here at the end of the lap. I don't know if that's Oscar increasing his pace or just Norris being slow. I think it's just Norris being slow.
Gap to him 1.8. Continue like this. Charge button on, charge button on.
Confirm.
Colapinto now clattering
we can
over the
see what
curbs at
happened.
the chicane.
Let's follow the drivers then through turn 16. And that's where they slightly run off the track. And they'll find themselves at a disadvantage.
We haven't seen much action really anywhere on the there's been more action with people hitting barriers than there has in terms of overtakes. I suppose it's part of the course at Monaco. It's running wide on the exit of the previous corner. So running wide on the exit of this corner here.
Right, let's concentrate.
Ends up cutting the switchback.
Maybe slightly heavier in intensity.
Slow down now.
Yeah.
Be careful with the tires.
Confirm.
I could try and back Verstappen up into Oscar, but that's a risk because it then gives Oscar an opportunity to try and just lunge. I'd rather keep him at a comfortable arm's length like this, 2 to 3 seconds.
And charge button on, charge button on.
All right, now we can just trickle charge as we try and just edge, hopefully, back up towards Piastri again. Take a look at intervals. A box now would put Max somewhere around Schumacher and Hadjar. Of course, doing that would surrender track position unnecessarily to Oscar. Likewise, boxing Norris would bring him out somewhere around Gasly and Porsche. Probably just behind Gasly. And surrender a lot of positions. It's frustrating because this is one of those races where we could absolutely clean up with pit stop points. And that money would be nice to carry into the following season. But it's not worth throwing away track position. Because with 2 rounds to go, last thing we want to do is give Oscar a chance to close the gap to Max when we're at a point where if Max finishes where he is and Oscar makes a mistake, we could actually theoretically win the title tonight. Oscar's picked his pace up a little bit again, trying to go after Max. This is where we need Norris to start to inch his way closer again. Comes Oscar. He is definitely getting closer. See what the lap times are across the line this time round.
So reporting a lot of rain.
It's the best 2 drivers on the grid going head to head. 1:19.1 for Max and 1:18.6 for Oscar. 1:19.3 for Norris. Now 4.7 seconds, 4.8 seconds. Oscar's now within 1 second. We're about to have a fight on our hands, potentially. Unless Oscar's burnt his battery out just to get this close. The dirty air is definitely going to be an issue as well. Max is going to be driving with aggressive defense. With another fault developing. This time it's Isaac Hadjar.
But there! Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
So both McLarens now getting a little sick. Norris has taken about half a second out of Oscar this lap. .119.4,
Only P1.
1:19.6.
So we have Piastri behind.
And 1:19.3, so 0.3 of a second out of him. But again, Oscar has started to lose ground again. You get to within about a second, and then the dirty air around here becomes a major problem. And we are now going to start to try and back Oscar up a little bit.
Okay.
Don't know how much of an impact this will have, if any. But given how dull this race has been, let's see if we can try and create a little bit of excitement in the closing laps here by getting Norris into a position to have a go at Oscar.
We need to do more lift and coast. Please increase by 10%.
Yeah.
No management required.
Okay.
I'm not leaving Max like this at all. I'm just trying to slow him down enough to start messing with Oscar's pace. Let Norris close up. See the sun peeking out. And spray being kicked up through the corners.
What's wrong with my pack?
Oh God, no, no, no. The last thing I needed was an issue with Norris, and it's not going to improve. Oh, God damn. That was the last thing we needed. Norris has been slowly closing in, but that reduced output will now be a problem. Max's tyres are now out of the window as well.
Rain intensity seems to be decreasing now.
From tyre point of view, we don't think lift and coast is necessary.
Okay.
Right, we've got Max firmly creating dirty air now for Oscar. And lapping slower than Norris. There we go, tyres back in the window.
Tyre temps are good.
Okay.
Into the last 15 laps of the Grand Prix. We're only going to get one
Full
chance
push.
Yeah,
to
okay.
get Norris clear.
Go back to doing lift and coast now.
Yeah.
We need to do full management on this set.
Okay.
This is the closest Oscar's been. This should now trigger Max's defensive mode, which will slow Max down and slow Oscar down. You can see Norris now 2.5 seconds behind. There's Norris. Norris' tyres getting very hot now. Oh, I'm watching in this view specifically to see if he's looking like he's going to shake for a lunge.
And more energy available.
Yeah, confirm.
Next lap is going to be the lap.
In front we have Piastri.
Oh, here we go.
1.0 now.
Can we do this? Can we get Norris through?
Keep going.
Oscar's very much being held up now at this pace. Get him on the DRS. There is no DRS. It's wet.
Yeah, confirm.
So next guy in front is Piastri.
That's the closest we've come to actually being able to make a move.
Race is long.
Confirm.
Just look after these tires.
Cool.
Got enough fuel for one more. Sorry, enough battery for one more attempt. This is the absolute closest we've been. We just can't get the exit we need.
Piastri. Continue like this.
Are we close enough? Are we close enough?
Confirm.
No, we're not.
Confirm.
And charge button on.
Yeah.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Confirm.
Tire phase update when you can.
Tires will get everything's fine.
There isn't much more I can do other than recharge the battery and then just try and sprint max and hope opening up a gap. will give Norris the opportunity he needs, but I just don't think we're quick enough out of the corners
Right, let's concentrate.
to actually get Norris into the position he needs to be to have that move on Oscar. Up the hill here into Massenet is our best opportunity. And I don't think we're going to be in a position to be able to pull it off. Can we avoid curves and gain proper speed? No. No, you lose pace when you avoid curves. And at least this time, while we're rebuilding Norris, we are keeping him close enough that he can immediately go straight back on the attack when he's ready.
So at the moment you are P3, gap to him 1.4. Car behind is Tsunoda.
Currently P1. Car behind is Piastri.
Lap traffic is not going to play a part in this Grand Prix. Would have done if we hadn't had the red flag and safety car. We would definitely have lapped more than just Colapinto. Norris's tyres cooling down again. He's back to matching pace again. Issue for Lawson.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely some...
And that's a serious escalation on his car.
Energies are good.
Confirm.
Charge button on. Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
Max has been so comfortable all Grand Prix. Starting on pole position has made all the difference, it really has. If Oscar had got ahead of Max at any point, I don't know if we'd have been able to get back in front of him. I think he would have probably been too quick and driven off into the distance. But keeping him behind in the dirty air has neutralised Oscar pretty much completely. I'd say it's more like he's Alonso 22ing. Is it 22 or 23 where Alonso just deliberately went several seconds, like 3 seconds a lap slower than he needed to? Opened up a huge gap. Ooh, it's a yellow flag.
And here we've got a yellow flag.
Just crashed at
So
centre
this is
bot.
what happened. Okay, so heading into turn 1 here. Oh, and there wasn't a lot that could be done.
He was able to keep
avoid
going, but he will have
crashing
lost
into
a
the
big chunk of
barrier.
his front wing,
And they'll
I would
have to
imagine.
pick themselves up after that. And
Yeah, he's lost the entire left-hand end plate assembly. That could be a little bit of a problem for him.
Five laps to go at the end of this one.
Come on,
Yeah.
come on, come on. Still have that issue with the battery, but it's not going away. Oscar's going to start to attack again any moment.
Use the energy.
Cool. Four more laps.
Yeah.
So let's go mode push.
Yeah.
No more lift and coast.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Confirm.
Confirm.
Trying to remove a slipstream for Oscar now by braking Max. Hoping that Norris can stay close enough to have his own attack. We've got that reduced power output from the battery. That's the problem though. So we're not getting the oomph in acceleration that we would normally get. And I think that's going to make it pretty much impossible for us to get into position to actually make the attack. All we can do is just keep putting the pressure on and hope that Oscar makes a mistake as a result. As you can see, Norris not able to keep up with Oscar.
In front we have Piastri.
I think it's done.
Race is long.
We'll keep pushing
Charge button
just on the
on.
off chance.
Charge button on.
Okay.
A 1:17.8 is a new fastest lap, I believe.
So there's
1:16.7.
2 laps to go at the end of this one.
Okay.
No, 1:16.5 is the fastest lap. But Oscar's nowhere near it. He's still quicker than Norris, though. I really want Norris to finish ahead of Oscar in the standings. Otherwise, I would sacrifice Norris here to a pit stop. How many places would he drop? He dropped down to 7th. We'd lose 5 points. I'm going to do it.
And box this lap.
Yeah, box confirm. I can't hear you. Box, I think.
So box now. Box for Inters. We think Inter is much quicker.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
Okay.
DRS.
I don't know if it will actually box in this lap or not. It might do. Why the pit stop? Because nobody apart from Colapinto has actually put a stop on the board. So if we get a good stop, we take 25 points guaranteed. If we leave it to chance, odds are every team except us is going to get, well, not every team, but you know, a lot of teams will get points. We won't get any. Will be my guess.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
I think I can sacrifice 4 or 5 points here in the driver's standings for Norris. I think Oscar's just going to be too quick for the rest of the year anyway to keep Norris ahead, and this at least gives us a chance to claw the gap back.
So next car in front is Piastri. Got to him 2.0.
They say he's got no chance of getting ahead of Oscar.
Continue, keep
And he's
going.
not going to stop anyway, look. I wasn't quite quick enough. And they just don't stop on the final lap.
Nice.
Fully deserved.
Thank you so much. Also, everyone, back at the factory, this is what you get with, you know.
And there's the checkered flag. Max Verstappen is our winner.
You can't say they didn't earn it. They put in an amazing performance today.
Yeah, Max has been sensational this weekend. What's the gap between Norris and Oscar? It's now Norris 2 points behind Oscar.
And checkered flag. And P3.
All right, nice job. Awesome job, everyone.
Well managed. And into the pit lane.
He didn't pit. Yeah, the drivers won't pit on the final lap. I wasn't quite quick enough to issue the instructions to get him in on the penultimate lap. Oh, that's the Grand Slam achievement. Pole position, fastest lap and winning the race in
That
one
was
go.
a really well-executed race, I thought. Major credit to the driver, the pit wall, and the whole team for that win.
And you love to see this. The whole team celebrating this magnificent result. Well, Max Verstappen can add yet another podium to his already impressive record.
It gets even better for the team, with both drivers scoring a podium finish this weekend.
Always a special occasion here in the incomparable Monte Carlo. They'll be pushing the boat out here tonight, no doubt. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
I doubt they could be much happier. A win and a podium place. What a great way to round out the weekend.
And thank you everyone for joining us this weekend here in Monaco.
So, confirmation then of the final result. Max takes the win, the pole, and the fastest lap. Picks up 19 points this weekend. It's 13 points for Oscar. So, they will head into the final round, I believe, 38 points apart, with 38 points remaining. Let's see. Norris in third, gets 10 points. He loses 3 points to Oscar. Was 1 point ahead. He will now be 2 points behind. Yuki Tsunoda gets fourth. George in fifth, hanging on despite a very sick McLaren there. Mick in sixth. Seventh for Hadjar. Eighth for Leclerc. Ninth for Antonelli. 10th for Gasly, benefiting from retirements in front of him. As was Porsche. He got the final point in 11th. Then it was Fornaroli, Bortoletto, Bearman, Sainz, Drugovic, Colapinto, and Lawson classified P18 despite not actually finishing the final lap. Alex Albon, Lindblad, Mini, and Doohan all retiring much earlier in the Grand Prix. So, driver standings then. It is Max top by 38 points. 38 points remaining. 1 point for Max. Just picking up a pole position or taking the fastest lap in the next Grand Prix will take that point that Oscar needs away from him and will make Max champion. Oscar moves above Norris by 2 points with 2 rounds to go. George is third with 169 points. He cannot now get any higher than that, but could still be caught by Charles Leclerc. The gap is 37 points with 38 remaining. So quite tight there. Antonelli also still in the hunt for fifth. He is 9 points behind Leclerc. Then it's Alex Albon with 99 points. Nothing for him this weekend. Gasly rescues 2 points to stay within 20 of Albon on 79. Lindblad has 72. Hadjar up to 70 points now. 62 points for Sainz. Yuki Tsunoda up 2 places after scoring 8 this weekend. Moves him above Porsche and Colapinto. He's now on 60 points. Porsche with 57. Picking up an extra point himself. Colapinto on 55 points. And Bearman has 38. 30 points for Doohan. Schumacher moves ahead of Liam Lawson by 4 points. He's on 27. Lawson on 23. Then it's Drugovic with 19. Bortoletto with 18. 17 points for Mini. And 4 points for Fornaroli in last place. Let's take a look at the constructors' standings. Already confirmed as champions, 576 points for Cadillac. Ford on 349 now cannot be caught. They will finish in second place. McLaren in third on 239 points. There are 32 points per team per race, so 64 points available in the in constructor standings in the last 2 Grand Prix. So Honda could yet take third place away from McLaren. They are behind by 47 points. Williams could also catch Honda. They are 38 points behind on 154. Ferrari just 4 points further back with 150. Mercedes on 119. HiTech on 110. Then it's Audi with 48 points. They can finish no higher than 9th place. TGR could jump them. They're on 42 points. Even Minardi could move up into 9th place. They're on 21 points. Other positions all up for grabs. Yeah, it will be interesting to see who finishes where in the final constructor standings. Let's see. Fastest pit stop. Colapinto was the only one to make a stop. Ferrari were then gifted second and third. McLaren 4th and 5th. For Ford, 6th and 7th. 8th and 9th for Mercedes. 10th for Lindblad. So yeah, we get no points as expected. I don't know why. I don't know how they decide they want to do that sort of allocation, but for whatever reason, we get shafted once again. So that is the end of any chance we had of closing the gap at the top. Mercedes, 381 points. They picked up 6. Again, there are 30 points available, not 32, because pole and qualifying, pole and fastest lap do not count. It's just positions. So 17 points for a win, 13 points for second, 30 points available per race. So 60 points in total. It is not impossible for Ford or for Williams to take the win in this competition, or Ford. They are still mathematically in with a chance of overhauling Mercedes. We can overhaul Ford and we can overhaul Williams, but that would require an absolute miracle, I think. We are safe from Ferrari, so the worst we can do is finish in 4th place. Ferrari can finish no higher than 5th, but they're under pressure from McLaren. That gap is just 14 points. Then it's TGR. They could just pit McLaren if things go their way, but again, the likelihood of that is very low. HiTech on 110, Honda with 88, 78 points for Audi. Minardi now confirmed as finishing in 11th place. The best they can do now is 73. No stops made, so no pit stop times recorded. Both drivers achieving their targets comfortably. Another 2.78 mil added to the bank. We'll head back and start prepping for the race that will almost certainly decide the World Championship. Okay, so sponsor engagement time. We earned 5.25 mil from everyday engagement. Let's see if we had any mandatories as well. We had a guided tour for a pittance, 330k. Back in HQ, we've got 8.9 mil in the bank, 2 rounds to go. When was that sponsor drop? It was today. Excellent. So we won't have to worry. We'll be able to do sponsor engagement. Let's check in with the board, see how happy they were. They should be delighted with a win. And they were. Fantastic stuff. Thank you, board. You're easy to please in the McLaren board, that's for sure. Right, let's check out the emails, shall we? Did the cars come through unscathed? No, we lost the suspension in the front wing. ERS down to 27%. We'll be switching to this better ERS for the last 2 Grand Prix. Let's fix the cars up. Right, I've got 1 spare front wing. I'm amazed the rear wing didn't go. I was expecting that to go, and it didn't. We knew the suspension was likely to go. Formula 3 Championship has been decided. We'll check in on the Formula 2 standings in a moment. I think there was a race at Monaco. Let's see. It's Rosa Maria Gonçalves who takes the championship ahead of Emerson Sieber, one of Dino's favourites there. And Susan South taking 3rd place in the standings. Let's see. Abby Pulling finishing down in 18th place. She did score some points, but not many. 29 points across the whole year. MP Motorsport, easily the best team. 536 points against ART and Prema and 3rd. And a big gap as well back to Van Amersfoort in 4th. All right, let's go and take a look at the F2 standings. Why is there still something flashing? Oh, because of the ERS, that's why. So, F2. Let's go to Grand Prix results. Go to F2. There was a race in Monaco. Let's see. Hugo finishing 2nd in the sprint. Where is... Amato? There he is, in 4th place. Just a little bit of name blindness there. And let's take a look at the race. Amato finishing 4th. Hugo in 6th place. Gained 3 positions. So it's not been the completely dominant season that we saw in F3 for Hugo, but he's still been mighty good. Where's that actually put him in the standings now? Let's have a look. 455 points. I think that's him champion now. I'm not sure how many points are available. If it's 31 points here for Jackson Chisholm. It's 30 something per race. The gap is 130 points. I think Hugo's got that nailed down now. So looks like Hugo is back-to-back F3 and F2 champions. Board look like they want to attend the next Grand Prix. Oh no, they came to this one. Oh, that's even better. They turned up and we got a win while they were there. Even better. Fantastic. They'll ask to turn up for the final Grand Prix at our home Grand Prix. That would make sense, but I bet they don't. We've got 2 mandatories this time. Holiday package tour and a guided tour as well. That's going to be worth 3.2 mil. And another 4 mil from standard engagement. Sorry, another 5.25 from engagement. So we're going to be looking at around 8.5 mil in 6 weeks' time. Let's get some drivers doing some stuff. There we go. Confirmed. Nice bit of cash on the way. Create a little bit of a cash stockpile ready for the start of the next season. For anyone who wants to take the file on. We've got just 3 days, a very quick turnaround to head to Sakir. Oh, I know what we've got to do. Research. So... airflow sensitivity, wasn't it, and cooling. So let's do another let's do another front wing. No hours remaining for the end of the season now, but we will pump as much as we can into the key areas. Like that, just to minimize some of the losses. Oh, I don't know. Won't reach completion because I've got the money. There we go. 2 engineers takes it to the last day of the year. Perfect. Excellent stuff. And we've got 2 more slots about to open up as well. And that is it. We are where we need to be for the final the last 2 Grand Prix. We are about to head to Bahrain tomorrow to try and win the Drivers' Championship. It will be much harder to pull that off in terms of pure pace, in terms of beating Oscar tomorrow. This is very much a circuit where I think we will struggle a little bit in outright pace. Tyre wear will hopefully contribute a little bit to our performance, but it's going to be cold. Ooh, that's unusual. We don't normally get a cold Bahrain. So the 1-stop probably won't be viable there. It'll be a 2-stop. What are the predicted temperatures? Let's have a look. 19 degrees. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But there we go. We couldn't quite wrap up the driver's title tonight, but we came close. We came very, very close. They are now tied. Let me quickly just double check who has what in terms of wins. I think it's 8 and 7. Yeah, there we go. 7 wins now for Verstappen, 8 wins for Oscar. If no one else after those 2 wins a Grand Prix and they finish level on points at the end of the season, Oscar will win. If Max wins the next Grand Prix, then it will level them up on Grand Prix victories, but then there'll be no way for Oscar to recoup those points and get back to level pegging again without winning a Grand Prix himself. I think there might be a possible permutation. In fact, no, he could. If he finishes second here but takes pole in the fastest lap, and then finishes second and takes pole in the fastest lap, and outscores Max, and Max doesn't finish in the final Grand Prix, they might end up level. Actually, no, if Max wins the next Grand Prix, he's world champion, regardless. There is no way now that Max can finish level on race wins and still beat and beat Oscar on a countback. So we just need that 1 point. 1 point we need to take away from Oscar in the next race. That's all we need. We can do that by finishing in 11th. We can do that by taking pole position. We can do it by getting the fastest lap. We want to try and do it in the most points. What's the word I'm looking for? We want to do it as comprehensively as we can. We don't want to just sit there and just race for 11th. We want to try and go out with as many points as possible. But if worst comes to worst, as long as things go our way, we'll be good. So we just need that 1 point. Oscar can win the next 2 Grand Prix to his heart's content, as long as he doesn't win both races, get pole position both times, and get the fastest lap both times. We just need 1 point. That's all we need, and Max can retire. So Max might not even need to finish any of the next 2 races, as long as somebody takes pole position or a fastest lap away from Oscar. That's all we need. It would be a very sort of anticlimactic way to win the World Championship for Max, but we are going to make him a 6-time World Champion. I think that is pretty much a guarantee. So that will hopefully be settled tomorrow. We'll be back at the usual time. Tune in for that at 8 p.m. here in the UK. And if you have enjoyed tonight's race, then a thumbs up would be much appreciated. If you haven't yet subscribed, why not consider hitting that subscribe button as well? Be sure to click on the bell for notifications on when the live streams start. And I will be back tomorrow, usual time, 8 p.m. for hopefully the championship decider. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with some more F1 Manager very soon.